Hello, hello. Let's see. Can we make things work? Let's hope so. I think so. I have been gone for a while, so yeah. How do I do this? I think I know how to do it. And there we go. Okay, I think I have everything sorted that I needed to sort. I hope so. Hello, hello. I'm Amanda, the Scraptastic Crocheter, and I am a hot mess. My start of this new year did not start the way I wanted it to, or not that I expected it to. Yeah. So I'm a bit late to the party. Everyone's been having fun for a while. I have started something. If you've been on my community tab, you might have seen that I started something. The temperature blanket has been started, so there's that. I've been working mostly on trying to finish a blanket, which is slow progress. And I don't even know what I want to do today. I have a row on temperature blanket to do in a bit, but we're not there yet. It's too early still. I guess I could continue on the other blanket, or I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have a mess of yarn here. We can sort that out. Well, you can barely see it. It's dark green and it's a mess. So let's maybe make this into a less of a mess. Where's the beginning? Where's the end? What's the inside? What's the outside? Okay, that's the inside. I think I want to do that one first. I think. So how is everyone? I know there's someone out there lurking. I see hearts. So I've been helping Mini-Me's dad move for a few days in the beginning of this year, which my hip did not approve of. So I've had a sore hip for a few days, and I went to the physical therapist for that to try and sort that out a bit, which only resulted in me having more pain than I had before I went to her, which maybe not the best. And we're at Saturday today. I have to think. Thursday, I had a little accident. So I had a little accident in the snow, which resulted in me spending my evening in the ER. And now I have my friends. Oh, you can't see my friends. My friends, the crutches over here. So I can't really move around a lot, which means I'm pretty much just stuck here. No, I'm not stuck here. I can move around a little bit. It is not comfortable at all. And yeah. I don't wish that on anyone because I feel like I can do nothing. I can crochet though. That's you know, the good thing with this. I can crochet as much as I want. But now is the question, what to crochet? The temperature blanket is only one row a day, and the other blanket is a little bit big, so having that on my lap trying to sit with my foot fairly high up is not the best combination. Therefore, I need a smaller project, I think. But what could that be? But at least this little, well, we're getting a ball here. This is the leftovers from the poncho that I made for Rita's mom. I just haven't dealt with it. It just was a year or so. Perfectly good time to deal with that. Having less of a mess on my desk. My desk is a mess though. I have cleared out some space. And I have a yarn cake sitting next to me. I've been staring at it for a bit because it's not one that I really like. It's more of a, if I don't have anything that I really want to do, I will use yarn that is a bit more meh. And I don't feel like I'm wasting good yarn on a project that I haven't really thought through, if that makes sense. So I do have this in colors that it's not really talking to me that much. We got like this mustardy golden color, we got a shade of blue, and then a rusty, then a more of a, I don't know if it's a greenish blue, and then there's like beigey colors in the center. Yeah, it's not really talking to me that much, but I do have two of this, and I don't know. Since I've been feeling a bit meh, that one has been close by in case I just like, oh, now I know what to do with it. But still, that hasn't happened. I don't know what to do. We are getting slightly messy here, but not too bad. I think I can manage to do this without creating the messiest mess. I think. So yeah, at the moment I have a sore right hip and a very painful right foot, as well as just fatigue in my arms a bit from walking on crutches. So yeah. I was trying to rest my hip from all the running in the stairs, because that's been the thing. I've been walking up and down stairs, and not really doing heavy lifting or anything, just, you know, getting small stuff just moved. I didn't have to do the heavy lifting, but there's a lot of steps and stairs, so my hip was like, no, we don't like you to do this, you go rest. And so I did. Hello, Rikke, how are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Now it's a ball. It goes over to the scrap pile. Okay. I can only push myself around with one foot. Hey, Stacy. I was guessing it was you. So yeah, I have, this foot is all like wrapped up. I'm so pretty with my wrapped up foot. Not. Oh, I knew. You like that button, don't you? Right, there it is. I was like, I had something just popped up in my mind. Ugh. That's where I put that yarn. Maybe it's time to do something with this, because I only have like 10 skeins of this. Your everyday life in pain all the time? I'm not jealous. I'm so not fit to walk on crutches though. Yeah, no, I need to do something about that, because this is tough. You just signed paper so the new owners can get access in March. That is good. That is very good. I need to be careful. Yeah. So I was walking on, like, it's been snowing a lot, so finally the snow is here. But there was a path that people had walked in the snow, and that was just a bit, it was not plowed or anything, it was just a walk path. So the snow had been compacted down a little bit and was a little icy, I guess. But the issue is that I kind of got to the edge, or like the sides of where the snow was compacted, and stepped so that my foot like well, I went down in the looser snow on the side, and my foot just kind of folded in underneath me. And there was a big snap. That sound was not nice. Sunflower, good to see you. Really good to see you. It's been a while. So yeah, I spent the... Oh, so I had picked up Mini-Me at daycare. And then we took the bus up to the store. We went to the store, did the shopping, and then we were standing outside waiting for the next bus to take us home. And that's where this happened. So I was just at the bus stop. So when I hurt my foot, I caught up on a lamppost, so I didn't fall. But I caught up on the lamppost, and then I managed to get myself over to a bench. And I have never felt pain like that, or my body has never reacted to pain like that, because I got nauseated. I thought I was gonna throw up. I lost my vision. It got blurry. I like saw double. Like, it was just too much. And then I was just hysterically crying. And I had Mini-Me running around being like, oh, she didn't know what to do. She was not expecting me to like have that type of reaction, and she got really scared and whatnot. But I managed to call her dad and be like, hey, you need to pick us up. I can't get off, like I need help. You need to take me to the hospital. Like, this is not like just a sprained ankle. Because I've done that so many times before. Messed up my ankles. It has happened. So I'm clumsy, right? And Mini-Me's like just all over in the snow. She's just enjoying the snow. She was making snow angels and climbing on things and climbing on the bench next to me. So she accidentally kicked my foot once, just running back and forth, right? And then we sat there. I was freezing because I guess shock. I was just cold. Her dad came, he put her in the car, and then he was going to help me to get to the car. And we had to get over a little bit of, like where they plowed the snow, there's a little, well, buildup of snow. We had to get over that. So he was like trying to walk and get a path in it, so I didn't have to go over it. But as we got there, because he was like holding me up, I could use one foot, right? He managed to step on my foot. That was not, the best way of doing things. Hello, Marcus. Good evening. Good to see you. Just sitting here talking about my accident the other day, which now has led me to sit here and complain about my pain. But yeah, so I got stepped on as well, as if it wasn't enough that I already had a lot of pain. But I managed to get to the hospital. I was there for like, I don't know. I think since I had to wait for a ride home, I think total was like 5 hours, 4.5 hours. Yeah, I sprained my ankle in the snow. It wasn't too bad, but I'm sitting here with my foot up. And my friends, the crutches are standing over here, so I can't really walk. It's stupid accident. That type of accident. But as I was sitting in the waiting room in the hospital, because that's a very common thing here, like you get in, you get triage, then you get back into the waiting room. If there's any tests or stuff needed, they're gonna go and get you and then put you back out in the waiting room, because they don't have that many rooms. So if it's not like an emergency, you don't really get your own room, you just get back and forth to the waiting room. So I was sitting there having, enjoying time in the wheelchair. It was pretty comfortable though. I got a butt cushion. So it was really nice sitting in that wheelchair. But I was sitting in the waiting room, and I was because they just placed me somewhere. I didn't place myself. And then there was someone almost, she's like, oh, sorry, I almost like kicked your foot, because she was walking past me. I was like, it's fine. I've already had that happen. Someone stepped on my foot after I had the accident. So, yeah, I almost got kicked on the foot in the waiting room at the ER as well. Hello, Stina. So yeah, I got x-rayed, and it looks like it's a sprained ankle, but there was something that they wanted to get an expert to look at, because this was like in the, well, it wasn't that late. It was like 8 o'clock or something in the evening. But they wanted some radiology expert or something to take a look at it, because there might be a bone fragment that has like chipped off. So there might be like a little loose chip of bone. But if they're going to do anything about that or not, I don't know. They don't know either. But since I haven't gotten a phone call back or anything, I'm guessing they didn't see anything. I would assume that. I don't know. Because if there's something that they need me to deal with, then yeah, they should call, right? Better late than never. Well, yeah, I am back. Yeah, so me and snow, like, I love having the snow outside, but apparently I should not be out in it. Yeah, no. So question is, should this finally become something? Because I have said this is for a blanket. I just need a pattern. What should that pattern be? Oh wait, we can go and jump into what I still haven't talked about. I've been like, should I make a video? How should we do this? Because I did put a poll up for the temperature blankets. So I did put a poll up asking you guys if you wanted me to do like a temperature snake or temperature blanket, or what I should do. And the majority of the vote said temperature blanket. So I have now picked all the colors. I have realized something that I'm not totally happy with, and that's, you know, I'll do better next time if it gets to it next time. But in me deciding temperatures, I didn't think about like the 4.5 or 3.5 to 4, like where is the breaking point in between the temperatures, because there's different types of degrees. If you look at it, there's like, you know, decimals and stuff too. Hello, Athel. Wobbly cactus. So yeah, I'm not too happy about how I've done with the temperatures, but it is what it is. So I've been doing, like, if I'm 0.5, that's, you know, rounding up, rounding down. So yeah, it's fine so far. And I've actually only been in this span so far, because we're down in the cold weather. So we did get this one for 2 days. And today, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what I've been doing. I just didn't think about that when I made the chart. So I was like, I could have done this so much differently than what I did. Okay, now I am moving my crutches, because apparently I had them stacked up on this cart. Can you stand like that? Are you going to move if I move the cart more? Oh, thank you very much. So I can actually, maybe, okay. No, it should have been on the other side. Oh well, then it can be over here. Because I could move the camera, but not in the way I wanted it to. So far, this is what we have. This is this year so far in these cold temperatures. So this really bright blue is the coldest temperature, and we've only had that, is it 2 times? Yeah, 2 times. Really cold temperatures. And now we're over freezing now. We're into melting snow degrees. So this is until yesterday. And this will be 1 square per month. So I will have 12 squares at the end of the year. And for the months that has, well, whatever extra rows I need for the pattern and the border is the extra color that I have down here, like a dark purple. So that's the only color that you won't see through the months. It's the joining color. actually really nice. Like this dark purple. You saw this temperature blanket as a tapestry with a world map in white and the entire ocean, the temperature pattern. Yeah, I've seen that one. That one looks really nice. I think that's a mosaic crochet. I don't know if I probably could take that on, but I don't know if I would. I don't know. I'm just so much into these types of patterns. I'm not that much for mosaic at the moment, but that could always happen. So I'm guessing now here, winter, spring, we're gonna be down over here, and then we're gonna get some of this, and then hot of summer, we're getting up here. So I have blues, 3 blue, 3 green, 3 purple, and 3 shades of pink. And then this deep purple as the extra filler for like months with lesser dates. Well, yeah, just to fill out some extra rows, as well as the joining and possibly border. I don't know what type of border that would be, but that's what we are doing. And this is until yesterday, so 16th is what we have here. My guess, looking at temperatures today, is another round of the same color. Yeah. That's what it looks like. It looks like we're gonna get one more row of this color today. So technically I could do it now, but I'll be waiting for a little bit longer, because I am looking at like a kind of an average over the day, or if there's an interesting peak of some sort. I need to, you know, have my options. So you can go up here. Another possibility is a similar type of pattern with this color. Don't know what hook size I would use. This is like a thick yarn. I don't think 4 would be good. 4.5, maybe. Because I don't think I want to go for 5. Also, I don't know what pattern yet. Okay, so what end is where? That's the outside end. So this is one of my wrong labeled ones. This is labeled as a Lion brand yarn, but it is Red Heart Super Saver Ombre. It just mislabeled with no info, so I don't know how many yardage or anything of that sort we have. I also don't know what pattern to go for. So we have options, because thingamabob is what I've been doing for the temperature blanket. That's not gonna happen. Could be doodad or whatchamacallit. I have many options. What other patterns do I have? Let's see, because it's hooked on sunshine patterns, and I do have a bunch of those. So, oh, now I got really bright. What else do we have? Phoenix, Marnie's Garden, but I've done all of those before. So question is, do I have one that I haven't done yet? I want to say I have another of those patterns that I might not have done. Is it the like Atlanticus or something? Or let's go and look here instead. So what are you guys up to? Did you have a good year so far? Yeah, I do have the Atlanticus one. Doodad. A bunch of squares. Not in the mood to make a bunch of squares. You finished off some? That is awesome. I have not done Ardith Big Girl. Could that be what I want to do? Pot holders. Those are good. I need some. Let's take a look at Ardith Big Girl. That's a pattern I haven't done, but apparently I own it. Because I got the mixology bundle thingy when I did that, when I did the bag for Hooker versus Hooker. I used parts of that pattern. Is this one full of puff stitches? Of course it is full of puff stitches. So maybe I should do it just because I'm like to punish myself and do puff stitches. There's puff stitches in the blanket or the temperature blanket as well. Not that many though. I've done 2 rows with puff stitches so far, and I don't think there's any more of that, but I have to do it a couple of times more. So yeah, of course, puff stitches, clusters of all sorts. It does look interesting. Maybe we should go for this one. Since I haven't done it, might as well try something new. Or should I do that with another yarn? I don't know. You know what? Worst case scenario, I'll frog. Right? So I'm just gonna try. Who knows? I might not like the hook and whatnot as well, so. I don't think I'm gonna like using a 4. Let's go for or 4.5. Let's go for the 5. Even though I didn't think I wanted it. I did realize something earlier. I was looking at some, I was just moving some yarn around here. And I realized that I had some yarn that I might be able to combine to make something larger. So that would be fun, I think. Because I did get, I have 2 mandalas that I have cut down to make like a long gradient. And then they might work together with another mandala that I got. But that's like a big cake, so I guess it would be equivalent to 4 mandala cakes. So I think I could make that work. Maybe that's what I should do this in. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're gonna get the other yarn. Cause why not? Now I just have to try and move around. That's... Do you recognize those? I've had them out a couple of times before. Yeah, let's do that. So what I have is, this is 2 mandala cakes that I have cut up to get the colors just gradient faded, but when you get it, you can see that there's like a little bit of green before the yellows and then the same green in the end. So it's supposed to be like you can keep going, add one after the other. And I guess it's kind of like that with this big one, because there's green there, but there's also like a little tiny bit of green on the outside. So this is not the same colorway. This is Niffler and this is Giant, but they're both rainbow, right? So we got this rainbow gradient with those and this one. Even though the colors are not the same, I am pretty sure we can make it work into a good something something here. So if I'm just getting this green out, see, they're awesome at telling me where to cut. I don't know exactly where I would put this green in, before this, after this, I don't know, but that's gonna be on the end, so that's fine. Question is, do I start with, so what yellow do we start with? Where's the end? Okay. This one is slightly lighter. I'm gonna start with this one, and when that one changes, I'll switch over to this one. See, this is way better, and this is a thinner yarn. Yep. 4.5 or 4? 4. Because this is gonna be a big project, right? I don't know exactly how big it's gonna be, but I'm gonna use all this yarn. So I think this Lion brand, 10.5 ounces, 300 grams, 1,181 yards, 1,080 meters, and I think this is the exact same amount, so double. Hello, David. How are you doing? Good to see you. The question is just when and where I'm gonna be switching between the colors, because we have a couple of like orangey colors and we don't really have that in there, so those gonna be put in there. And here we got blue to purple, but here we got more purple to blue. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to rearrange some here because there's like a blue and then a purple and then another blue. But that's a far away until we get there. So question is, how do I sit comfortably here? We have all this yarn. Well, what I really need is just this and not a lot of mess. Ooh, yay! That's awesome. Throwing things around. But with my hurdy foot, I am a little bit limited in how I can move around and sit comfortably. Maybe I just need to, well, I'm gonna have to move you guys around a bit for me to be comfortable. More than I normally do, at least. I have like a hammock for my foot underneath the desk, so it's kind of nice. But my not so comfortable hip, that's another story. That one's not as comfortable with me not being able to move around and adjust positions as much. So Rikke, have you been busy packing now? Almost done? Awesome. You missed the first 30 minutes. Who have I been kicking to injure my leg? I slipped in the snow on ice, and my foot just folded to the side. So it was not comfortable at all. A very unpleasant sound. So yeah, that's I spent the Thursday evening in the ER. By the look of it, it looks like just a sprain, but there might be a little bit of a bone chip that has fragmented and is off. But if they want to do something about it or not, I don't know if there's anything. So they haven't called me, which means I'm assuming it was nothing because they wanted to review that yesterday, or ER late at night, they don't have specialists to review stuff. It's more of a, oh, is it broken? Are we gonna put something on it? They did wrap me up, so that's what it's all about right now. Yeah, I do feel like I can actually use the foot a little bit today compared to yesterday, so definitely improvement already. So at least there's that. At some point, it's been like, what's worse? My foot hurting or my hip from only using the other leg, walking on crutches and kind of like jumping on one leg and stuff. It's like, yeah, no, this is, I better just sit down. I definitely enjoy doing some popcorns. It's been a while since I did popcorns, so that's nice. So many puff stitches. And mostly I feel like I see like just double crochet clusters, and this is actually not even that. This is half double crochet popcorns. And that I cannot remember when I did last time. Unlucky I had to sit and crochet. What's a girl gonna do, right? I know, it's the worst thing ever. It's so bad, but not bad. Yeah, I totally get it. Mm-hmm. Like boo-hoo me, right? Stagger, stagger, crawl, crawl. Yep. I realized this morning when I was in bed and I was like, I'm not gonna get up until I really need to get up. I was like scrolling reels um, on Facebook, and there was a reel that came up about a very Scottish word apparently, because in Scotland they have a word for pretty much just laying around all day in bed, or at least laying in bed longer than necessary in the morning. And that's what I was doing at that exact moment. So apparently I was herkle-dirkling. Herkle-dirkling. I've never heard that word before, but that's exactly what I was doing. I was laying in bed, and I should have gone up probably like hours ago at that point. Um, I just didn't know that there was a word for it. It was more like just the procrastination thing for me. But the Scots have a word for it. If you didn't know, I was partaking in the Herkel-Dirkling. Is that a sport? I don't know. You're doing popcorns, but you're gonna munch them down. You have a friend that already introduced you to that word? Lucky you. Thingamabob? Well, thingamabob. This is the thingamabob. That's what the pattern's called. And the whatchamacallit, where do I have a whatchamacallit? I have made a whatchamacallit. What one was that? I have gifted a whatchamacallit. I did Doodad for Minimi, I think. Starting rows on the thermal stitch pot holder. I have not done that one, so I don't know if I should really cry for you or if I should just feel sorry for you. Laugh at you. You knew what you were getting yourself into. Oh, you needed another one. Yeah, kind of like I can't not laugh to the fact that I hurt my foot, I got kicked on the foot, I got stepped on the same foot, all in less than half an hour. Because just my luck, right? But that's definitely something that's going to be laughed at for a long time. So yeah, we're doing puff stitches now. Yay me. Maybe I should, I don't know. Where's it? Yeah, okay, that's better with that light yarn. There's some stitch definition. Pretty good. No, I don't need to have this in my face. Maybe we get a closer look instead. Yeah, I think. Yeah, bad luck is it's all over the place. But I am clumsy. Trey, hello. It's post-holiday season. Yeah, and I haven't been around. This is my first live stream this year. So I'm late to the party. It's just been a lot. Holidays, I've been totally drained over the holidays. It's just, sometimes I wish I was a bear and I could just go and hibernate over the holiday season, just like wake me up after New Year's and it's all good. And then, you know, helping out to move stuff and entertain mini-me and just not having as much time to rest as I was hoping to. There's just always something, right? But now I am forced to rest, or at least forced to sit down with my foot. Well, my foot and my hip, I should say. Do I have what I should have? Looks like it. It's laying flat, so it looks like I did what I'm supposed to do. I hope you guys had a better beginning of this year than I've had. So I just came up with this idea of using all of this yarn together today, and now I'm sitting using it very randomly. Finally a good idea, I think, possibly. And a pattern I didn't really know I owned until I started browsing through my patterns. I don't know if I can say that you guys are a good influence or a bad influence. But none of you guys forced me to start this. This is all my own creation. You'll take back the influence for 500. So we're playing Jeopardy here. So it's a lot of different textures. Where you got popcorns and puff stitches and 4 double crochet clusters. Very interesting start. Yeah, definitely could have been a lot more bad influences going on if we lived closer, for sure. So why didn't you decide to move closer? Since you're moving anyway, right? You could have moved closer. You have a driver's license and a car. Very dangerous indeed. I have a driver's license, no car. One thing I'm not sure with doing this is, well, how far I'm gonna get with this amount of yarn. Because I didn't even look at the pattern of like how much yarn does it want or anything like that. So I'm just gonna keep going until we run out of yarn. And I don't know. End on a row that looks decent enough to end on, or just run out. Maybe I can find a suitable yarn to do like a finishing border or something. I have some more of like mandala yarns, but the colors are so not gonna look good with this, I don't think. Because this is definitely not a yarn I could get my hands on very easily. It's not available here. I only have this because Rita got some yarn from the US, and this is, well, some of the yarn she got from the US. Perhaps I could get it through the Swedish Amazon, but probably like ridiculously expensive. Because that would be an option in that case, but yeah, that would not be reasonable pricing at all. Kiddo wanted to be close to his friends, and Big Kiddo didn't want you to be moved more than 30 minutes away. Mama be whipped. Totally reasonable though. Nothing wrong with that type of reasoning. Um, we're only a few weeks left until my birthday. I really hope my foot is good for that, so I don't have to run around on crutches then, because, well, there might be some coffee and cake at my place, and if that's gonna happen, I need to clean before then. Because there is still, like, Christmas and New Year's decorations. Like, there's New Year's, I don't even know, like, party confetti and stuff. Mini-Me's been throwing that around just because you can. And I don't want that all over the place, so I would like to be able to clean some. And I don't really feel like cleaning on crutches is the best way to clean. I haven't tried. Maybe there's a new hack from that. I don't know. Maybe there's something I can learn from that, but I'd rather not figure that out on a painful hip and a painful foot, you know? Oh, you got the buyers coming over to take some measurements. They want to see if their furniture is going to fit. Know exactly how that could be. I have been that type of person in the past. Having to take measurements of new place. So I feel like 4mm was the right pick for this yarn thickness. Okay, there we're at now. Sometimes I want to do a different kind of join. Instead of slip stitching, I put my hook in from the back and pull the stitch through. And I'm just gonna fake it a little bit here. I'm supposed to do, well, the pattern says to join with a new color and join with a standing stitch. So I'm just doing this behind everything and just doing the standing stitch. Well, kind of. It looks kind of like I did just a double crochet. So I'm supposed to do a bunch of different V-stitches. I can't focus. What does the pattern tell me to do? Okay, so I'm gonna skip to okay. Oh my god, it felt like forever since I did V-stitches. Feels very awkward to do them. I was like, do I even remember how to do it? Yes, I do. But making them? Yeah. Definitely been a while since I did V-stitches. Since I'm supposed to do every other one kind of differently, I think you can see that there's like a little bit more of a peak in the ones I've pulled out. There's more chains in between. I actually have to pay attention here to make sure that I get them to be every other one being the more pointy one. And I'd rather not have to repeat and do this again. I'm liking the texture so far, like the combination of the popcorns that's kind of like a little bit more 3D. They're like pointing up a little bit. You can feel them, and then the puffs and the clusters, and then now we're getting lacy. It, yeah, something different. I like it. So I have a feeling I know who might be claiming this when it's finished, because Minimi has been looking at this one being rainbow and that this one's for her. That I'm adding all of this extra in, I don't think she's gonna mind. But she has been saying that the rainbow one's for her. So maybe it is. If she gets to decide, it's hers. If she remembers. I don't know, maybe she doesn't notice when I've made it that it is that yarn that she's been looking at. Okay, now I think I know what I'm supposed to do this row. That's looking good. Now we're switching from round to, what is it? A bunch of, I want to say 6 shells. So it's more of a hexagon. Any fun weekend plans? Well, half the weekend has gone, I guess. Or do you have any plans this evening, perhaps? Oh, and surprise, surprise, I have keeping an eye on the activity on Iceland, or the lack of. That volcano needs to do something soon. There's been some earthquakes recently, and more, and the uplift, the ground uplift is getting more and more. It's gotta happen soon, like really soon. I'm just surprised nothing has happened yet. Escort duty tomorrow? I see. I think you could pretty easily tell that I have done patterns that this designer has written before and that they're well written. Since I feel like I'm flying through this, it's not been that much of stops to figure out the pattern yet. Definitely, you know, the difference between a well-written pattern and a not so well-written pattern. Hello, Katie. How are you doing? Good to see you. How is things over on your side of things? There's been too much stuff in the newspapers recently. Greenland is a hot topic. So far we haven't done anything really repetitive on this one. Well, of course we're repeating the same thing the whole row around, but there's so much variation. Popcorns, puff stitches, 4 double crochet clusters. Now we're doing 2 double crochet clusters. This pattern so far has a bit of everything. I am liking it. Demonstrations, I totally get it. Totally understandable that that would be going on. So you just came home from that? Well, I hope you stayed on your feet, because I did not do that the other day, and I got to spend my evening in the ER, and now I have a very sore foot. And trying to get my way around on crutches for a few days. I hope they don't have to be my friends for a very long time, because I don't really like them. Oh, nice. Sorry I missed it. I saw something about Sweden might send some military stuff. I don't know if it was just equipment or personnel or something. I glanced over. I just saw it in the newspaper. I didn't read the article. I just read the headline that Sweden is supporting. Which feels very reasonable, because, well, we sent a bunch of troops to Ukraine. Why wouldn't we support Greenland, you know? We're supporting everywhere. I haven't heard anything more about the offer about Swedish fire jets, the Gripen, to Canada. I don't know if Canada is gonna do anything with that or not. I haven't heard anything. I guess they're gonna have discussions for months before anything happens anyway, so. Okay, so we got that round done. See, now we got more of a hexagon with these petals. Yes, we're doing petals. And that's where we were. What Swedes are saying about all this, I don't know. I've I haven't been looking at stuff much. Um, just browsing through what's been said in the newspapers, but not a lot of comments about it. Of course, like we're supporting, well, Denmark in a lot of things just overall. So this is a no-brainer to support, but I don't know if there's anything. Probably a bunch of stuff in the news like every evening because that's usually what it is, but I haven't watched the news in a while. Mm-mm-mm. Um, I didn't even look at what this pattern is gonna look like. I was like, yeah, I haven't done it. Let's do it. But I think it's gonna become a square blanket. It just has this first round, then hexagonal type of center, and then at some point it's gonna square off. I think. I didn't even pay attention. I just hope it gets a fairly decent size for a mini me to snuggle under. That would be a good good size. And I don't think this will be finished very fast. Even though I don't think it's gonna take as long as I think it will. Because it does look like a lot of yarn, but it's not that much yarn really. I could burn through this in a few weeks if I don't do anything else. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think there's gonna be plenty of other things that's gonna happen. You know, my temperature blanket, the other blanket that I wanna finish. And who knows, some new ideas perhaps of things to do. Doesn't happen that often, but sometimes it does. So I don't think this is gonna be for her birthday, because in that case I am late. I would have about a month to finish this if it is for her birthday. Maybe I should try and see if I can make this for her birthday. I did have another idea for her birthday, but for that to be able to happen, I would have to buy more yarn, which I haven't found the yarn that would be good for it. So I would have to look a bit more and see if I could find anything that would be good enough to work with. And to be honest, I haven't really prioritized looking at yarn because, I don't know, usually just ends up getting other stuff in my cart than what I really want to. And that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I should be looking at specific yarns, not just, ooh, this is pretty, or that's pretty. That row felt like it was really fast. I am surprised. What am I supposed to do now? Okay. And yet another row with something totally different. Keeps this very interesting. I also don't think that there's that much repeats in this pattern. Some patterns is repeater pattern, so when you've done a certain section later on, it would just be the same section repeated again and again. Well, of course with more stitches for every row, but yeah, there's some patterns that this designer does that is repeater patterns, and I'm not sure this is one of them, because I don't remember seeing this on one of the, there's usually people asking about that in the Hooked on Sunshine's Facebook group, like if there's any, like what patterns are repeater patterns or such, and I don't think this one is one of them. So I'll just have to figure out what round will be good round to end on or use as a border or something later on when we're starting to get closer to yarn chicken territory, you know? But yeah, I already did cut up the other two cakes, and there is for sure some cutting of this cake that will be needed because I don't feel like the colors here are, yeah, I don't like this type of gradient here. So also for it to work with the other colors here, we see this purple needs to come in next to this one, I want to say. So we're gonna have some purples in here and the blues are gonna be switched around because these three colors, they don't look great in this order. And then there's a lot more green afterwards, also like this one coming in there, yeah. But I think so far I can keep going until we have a color change here, and then I'm gonna switch over to the yellow in this one and then back to that yellow, and then I'm gonna see if we're going for this after that. I think so, these ones before we get here, or maybe this peachy in there and then do the orange and then do this more pinky before the hot pink. We shall see. Just need to think about what colors are looking like the best gradient fade something. I guess some of these colors are like more pastel, so it's gonna be a bit of a, I have to think it through how I'm gonna do it. Kind of had to do the same thing with the temperature blanket now with the colors. I can get the card back on here. See, like I have 3 shades of blue going from darker to lighter, and then 3 shades of green going from lighter to darker, and then the purples, we got, you know, dark dark, so dark to light and then light to dark, because that felt like the more natural gradient. Since it's not a rainbow, we're going like blue, green, purple, and pink. So it's a little bit of a, yeah, I like it, but it's definitely a bit different. So maybe I need to do something like that, going from light to light and dark to dark, with some of these color transitions and changes. I don't think oh yeah, I have done a blanket in this thicker yarn, or a thicker yarn I should say. I used yerba cookie to make a blanket before. And that one is actually, isn't it a little bit bigger than this? Oh, and then I used a very cheap, actually polyester yarn. I want to say that one is also very similar in thickness as this one to make a totally different blanket. That one was a Marnie's Garden. Same designer. Looked awesome. Even though I used like really cheap, crappy yarn, it turned out awesome. Because usually I would just go for my thin cotton yarns or like cotton acrylic blends for this yarn or these types of patterns. And this is what, 100% acrylic? So definitely not a go-to. But also this is not a yarn that I just easily can get, so. That is, of course, also a little bit of a factor in that. Just seems more reasonable to use yarn that is easy to get. But also, I need to do stuff with this stuff in my stash. I can't just not use it. Just need to figure out what to do sometimes. It's gonna be interesting to see how big this turns before I feel like I can't use or do it. In case my foot keeps being painful. Because I don't want to have too big things. That's why I'm not doing the other blanket right now. Too much weight on my lap. And so far this is not a problem with this one because it's not even close. Thought I was gonna try and do something sneakier, but she wants a needle join, so I'll do a needle join. I'm not the biggest fan of sewing, but doing temperature blankets, there's some sewing every day, so. I am appreciating doing it at the or straight away though, more than doing it later and having a gazillion yarn ends to deal with. And since I'm already doing, or got the needle out, I'm gonna deal with the other one. The other yarn end that we had to start with. And that's the start. See, there's a little gap here. And I did a chain 4 and then I crocheted over this yarn tail. So this yarn tail is actually gone all the way around. So I have pulled it close a little bit, but I'm gonna continue to sew around it. So for those that loves the look of a magic loop, or magic ring, and you don't figure out how to do it, you can always sew it close. See, now it looks like I did a magic ring here. But there's actually a chain 4. Because I don't like magic rings, and I don't like possibly having stuff unravel on what I've done, so I don't like sewing in ends, but when I do it, I prefer to do it properly so I don't have to do it ever again. Some might say that I've over sewed, or I don't think you can over sew, but they wouldn't do it as extensively as I have done, and that's perfectly fine. But you know, with my reasonings, I'd rather do it securely the first time. So that's how I do it. And back loop only. 1, 2, 3. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, that's what I was supposed to do. You think you'd be pulling too tight and it would turn out into a ball if you try to do this? If you're crocheting too tight, you just need a bigger hook. You started to make fingerless gloves before Christmas, but your arthritis finger was getting cold and sore with the weather. Oh, so you had to take a break? Hello, May. How are you doing? Good to see you. You've only missed out on me complaining about the beginning of the year. I helped some move in, and then after being a helpful helper, I have a sore hip. And with a sore hip, I was trying to rest. But Thursday I managed to slip, I took a wrong step, and I spent the evening in the ER. And now my friend's, for some time to come, is a pair of crutches that's hanging out over here. Yep, I broke my foot, or it's not broken, or possibly it's sprained, but there's possibly like a bone fragment, chip, or something that is in my foot. So yeah, that's a fun weekend. Not sit here with the crutches and try and not think about the pain and hang out with you guys. It could be worse though. It could be like more broken or something. I could have been rushed into surgery or something. So I'm happy for that didn't happen. But I have not had a reaction to pain like the one I had. So yeah, that was not very nice. Now I know what people say when, or mean when they see like it's hurting so that they see double and stuff. Like I totally get that now because I've never had that type of pain in that way from nowhere. So how are you doing? Did you have a good start of this new year so far? Did you guys have a good Christmas? We haven't seen each other for a bit. Like, yeah, like you guys, what did you do for Christmas? I've just talked about New Year's here. But what did everyone do for Christmas? Did you eat any good Christmas foods? Did you get any Christmas present? Had you been nice enough for Santa to come and visit you? With the crutches, you still got the other leg to kick Marcus and Daniel if they turn up. Yeah, still no coffee with Drim. I don't think he's gonna show up. I think I'm gonna have to hunt him down if I want to have coffee with Drim. So far, this so good this year. That's good. Marcus did poke his head in here earlier, but I haven't seen Drim around for quite some time. You went to your son's house for Christmas. They live about 2.5 hours away, so just over the day. Well, that's not too far of a drive if you're only going for a quick visit. Definitely reasonable drive, for sure. We've had some really, really bad weather here a couple of times. There's been like big snowstorms. They've had warnings out and whatnot. So I had a similar drive to that. Well, normally the drive would take about an hour and a half, hour 45. Took a lot longer. It was 2.5 hours plus or something, because it was a lot of snow that day. Also to visit some family over Christmas. At least my dad was driving, so I didn't have to worry about the driving part. But that drive took a lot longer than it needed to due to the weather. Also, like half of the, no, not half, but a big parts of the ride, we ended up behind the snow plows. So it was, when you end up behind the snow plows, it just becomes a big big lineup of cars and it takes forever, but I'd rather be behind driving slow than in front and not have the road plowed and such. So it feels a little bit safer, on the safer side of things. Yeah, his dinghy. Yeah, he said he bought a boat. Well, I do live in a city town that has a dock, so technically he could take the boat here because yeah, the from where he's at to me, the water is connected. I don't know how long it would take, but he could take the boat here. But I don't see that happening. Calling it a luxury yacht is dinky. I don't remember. It wasn't that big of a boat. So I decided to just make a blanket willy-nilly. I started it, well, when did we start? A little bit ago. So I want to say that the pattern is called Ardith Big Girl. So this is what we have so far. And what I have is one cake of mandala bonus bundle that has all these rainbow colors. I did rip out the green that was the center, because I also had two mandala nifflers from before that I have cut down into pieces to make some type of gradient, because this is two of the regular mandalas, so technically I think I have the equivalent to 4 mandala cakes here. But I will have to cut this one up to make the gradients look good, and I'm just gonna work them in together. So when we get a color change here, because the colors, the light and there's 2 shades of yellow there, and I think this yellow is a good in-between color. So I'm gonna be jumping back and forth with these colors. So far this is what we got going. I have never done this pattern before, so I needed to try it, and I need to try the yarn, and yeah, totally out of nowhere this is happening. But I will also have to do a round of my temperature blanket that I started. I'm gonna do 1 row a day of one of these colors for a whole year. But what I have so far is this. Same designer, different pattern. This is a thingamabob. But I do really enjoy making these types of patterns, so the same designer, a pattern that I haven't tried, you know, I had to do it at one point or another. And with this one, I'm gonna make a square per month. So it's gonna be 12 squares. I'm gonna put them in a 3x4 at the end of the year. And this is up till yesterday. So this is the first 16 days of the year. But yeah, so we have blues and greens so far. This is gonna be the joining color, this dark purple. But 3 blue colors, 3 green or tealy turquoise colors, 3 purpley shades, and 3 pink shades. So that's all the shade numbers, and then temperatures in Celsius. But I did put a poll up for what people wanted me to do, if I should do like a temperature blanket or a snake or something. And blanket was what people wanted to see, so blanket turned out to be. But since I can only do 1 row a day on that, I needed to have something else to do. And with the big blanket that I have, well, you can see it if I do like so. The big trio blanket over here, it's a little bit too big for me to mess around with now with my sore foot, because I have to have it on my lap and it's a bit too heavy, so I needed something more reasonable size to do now. Okay, some reading with the pattern now. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, I love these patterns. Hooked on Sunshine is the designer. Okay, I think I might have to, can I do it without? That's the question. No, I need to cut again. But it has to do with where I need to start the next row, so placement. And since I'm doing a needle join, I'm kind of just faking it so you can't see where I joined, because I'm see, that's the last stitch. So here's where my yarn came out of that stitch, and then I sewed in here and back down in that stitch, so it just looks like any other stitch. It is nice to be able to like sneakily hide your joins and have it look neatly finished. I have no idea if that's going to be, you know, even closely visible, but I like to end all my projects with needle joins, or like when I cut the yarn to change color and whatnot, I prefer to do it that way. It just looks better. And it doesn't take that much longer time, to be honest. There we go with that one. Oh. Needle wants to run away. But it cannot. I am not allowing it to do so. And that's the yarn we're working with. Twisting everything around. No. Okay, and okay. And a lot of things going on in this row. What am I supposed to do? So very interesting. Why am I supposed to do this long chain here? What am I supposed to do next row? Okay. I'm supposed to catch it somehow. So that's all good. Hello, Suzanne! You just came home from your knit and crochet group donation collection meeting at the library. That sounds fun. Hope you had fun. It's snowing. Yeah, we've had some snow. I have no idea if it's actually snowing right this minute. I'm really happy the snow is here. I am not so happy about falling in the snow Thursday and spending the evening in the ER. And now walking on crutches. It is what it is, but I should say I'm pretty okay. Could have been worse. It looks like there might be a little bit of a bone fragment that has chipped off, but I don't know if they're gonna do anything about it, and they haven't called back yet, because they did The doctor in the ER said that the radiologist and whatnot, they're gonna look at it some extra just to see if, well, just, I don't know, better to have it looked at a second time by someone that knows what they're looking at, I guess. But yeah, they haven't called me to say anything about that yet, so I don't think I have to worry that much. If it had been something I'm guessing they should have called by now. Or I would assume that at least, but I don't know. No, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Only 2, not 3. So did you enjoy your hanging out with other people talking about yarn stuff at the library? Hope you did. Sounds like a fun place to hang out. You working up your red, pink, and white yarns for Valentine's? What have you been doing? What have you used the yarn for? "20 people do show and tells of donation items." Oh, that's nice. Some inspiration, perhaps? Knitting a hat right now. White acrylic 4-weight with cotton silk red yarn. Ooh, nice. So Valentine's themed hat, kind of? Okay, so I need to put this down because it does say that it should lay flat with these chained pieces. It shouldn't be curling too much. And I don't think it's curling. I think it's laying pretty darn flat. So I'm happy because we have these like really long chains. and they will be kind of anchored next row, so that's gonna be nice. I do like how these little well, we made some like little flaps almost. It looks like, I don't know, petals. Like we have a flower, and then if these were made in green, they would look really good because it looks like just leaves, and then you could have a flower inside of it. So yeah, I definitely think that those could be done in green. A little bit of texture. You donate to your local food bank. The red yarn has a shiny strand of silky material that's shiny. It looks festive. That sounds really nice. I bet someone's gonna be really happy about a festive hat. So okay, so I think 3, 2, 3. And now what? Next hat will be red 4-weight acrylic with white or fuchsia mohair. Ooh, fluffy. Okay, it's very tricky to figure out what I'm supposed to do. Or a lot of text. Oh my god. Let's see. 3 behind, 1 over. 2 behind, 2 over, 2 behind, 1 over, but I don't have that many stitches. I have 12 stitches from previous row. Oh my god. No, I can't. Let's just do like that so I can see what I'm doing. I have 14 stitches. And I'm supposed to do 1, 2, oh, okay. Some are made in the same stitch. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Those are 3 stitches. And then there's a 1. Then I'm supposed to make 2 in the same stitch. I am making an Ardith Big Girl, is the pattern. And we just started this very randomly because earlier today I was just looking through my yarn a little bit, sorting. And I have this mandala bonus bundle in colorway Giant. And then I had 2 of the mandala Niffler that I have cut up and order or color coordinated them, or moved. There was some of the green in the beginning. Yeah, I've just cut them open and color controlled them 2 kicks. So I'll be combining them, mixing in the colors where I need to mix in the colors, and I'm gonna make something big out of all of this. And I don't know if I'm gonna have enough yarn, but it is I think four mandalas worth, because I think the giant one is about the same as 2, if I got that right. So it just happened. I did get another yarn out first that I was thinking about doing something with, and then I found this pattern, and I didn't feel like that was the right for the pattern, so we switched the yarn. I think it's gonna be just a square, because first we had this round, and then it's more of a hexagon with the 6 shells, and now we still have some 6 shells, but I think it's gonna be a square one. I think, if I remember correctly. I haven't double checked. Oh, okay, so this chain is now anchored in, and I bet this would look really nice if you had multiple colors of yarn, because you could for sure, well, yeah, in the pattern that I'm looking at, she's pretty much changing color every row, so that would be a really cool effect. It does give a 3D texture to have this, like it is like a ridge, but I think that would look really cute if you had different colors as well. You can see this, some of the stitches are over and some of the stitches are behind. So after this, I'm not supposed to. No, okay. Wasn't sure if I should do a chain 1 or not there, but apparently I shouldn't. In your stitch group, there's always yarn someone doesn't want, and you love the challenge of using all kinds of yarn. Yeah, if you have the opportunity to try out different ones, go for it, for sure. I do also like a good challenge, trying something I haven't done before. Is that what it's supposed to look like? I think so. But I'd say we did so far so good. Pretty good progress, right? You're still here. That's awesome. You're multitasking, doing laundry and stuff. Well, I'm happy I can keep you company while you do your laundry. Sometimes you just need company while you do the boring stuff, and I'm happy to help. Be in your laundry company. You just stayed quiet because it was complicated, so I needed to read what I was trying to do. Figure it out. You didn't want to disturb. Thank you. Well, yeah, it was a bit complicated. For sure. One of the reasons that you don't very often actually get to see me do too much intricate stuff that I don't know what I'm doing. Because I do try to stay away from that so that I can focus and talk. But hey, we jumped in on the deep end today and you got all of it. Me trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I guess a little extra treat. Ooh, I have candy. I got sour candy. Just a few left. But I need them. I am able to wiggle my toes. A little bit, you can see them wiggling. Nothing wrong with those ones. But I'm trying to just move a little bit. Not very comfortable to just sit the same way for way too long. Quite a bit left before we get to change color, so. No, I don't have a boot. It's just wrapped up with some softer bandage. Yeah, it's not a hard plaster or anything. But it is wrapped up. So it is a bunch of sizes bigger than normal, and I can't wear a shoe. Luckily, when I hurt my ankle, I did have boots that had a zipper all along the side up, so I could easily get my foot out of the shoe, because that could have been a tricky situation otherwise, to get my foot out of the shoe. They would probably have solved that, like cutting the shoe, but that would be sad, because I like my boots. So I was a bit lucky in that way. I have other shoes that don't have zippers on the side, and I could have just as well had one of those, and then I would have had to cut my way out of the shoe, probably. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's like a plastic boot you can put, you can take it on and off, not like a plaster that you just are stuck with until they cut you out of it. So I have a tendency to like really hurt my toes. I think I've broken all my little toes, or all, I have both, 2 little toes, but I'm not, I'm just pretty sure that I've fractured my toes in the past. But I have never got it checked out or had any, anything done to it when that has happened. But other than that, I haven't broken anything. So if I now this time have little like bone fragment loose, like a little chip, that would be a first, as far as I am aware. Running around and kicking my toes into like door frames and stuff, that's just me. I had one Christmas where I managed to break both, I'm pretty sure they broke, both my little toes within the span of 5.5 minutes or so. In the same way. It was so ridiculous, that Christmas and my toes. But no other fractures, nothing like that at all. I have stayed away from stuff. You never broken a bone? Not sure how. You've done some stupid stuff in your days. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You have played with your brother, and probably multiple ways that could have got yourself pretty darn hurt. That Christmas when I, with my little toes, I want to say Big Kid was he like 1 or 2? He was sitting in a high chair, and it was a foldable high chair because we were at my mom's. So she had one that she could just get in and out when she got visitors, not like something that was always there. So it was, it had metal legs. It was from IKEA. And we can say that this was the table. The table was like oval, and Kid was sitting there. I was going over to the bench over there to the counter. I was sitting here. So I walked around the table and I hit my left toe. I really kicked it into the leg of the high chair. And then I just, had to jump on one leg over to the counter, did what I needed to do over there. And I was just cussing and not enjoying the fact that my toe was really not happy with that. And what did I do on the way back? Well, I took the right little toe on the way back from the counter back to my chair. I did it again. Yes, that's how clumsy I can be. So there's that. wear shoes inside. Maybe I should. That could have saved my little toes that Christmas for sure. For sure, that could have been a possibility. No, wait, I'm supposed to do one of those so I could. Cemeterial injuries? You wear hard bottom slippers in the winter. Oh yeah, that could be really nice. I have a pair of slippers somewhere, but Mini-Me hid them. She's had some fun hiding my new slippers. We did have a little game, a Christmas present game where everyone bought something for, well, not a big amount. I want to say like $10 or something. And then it's like a game, so you roll a dice and then it's random who gets what at the end. But you can steal presents from each other and whatnot. So I ended up with a pack of 4 slippers in a little holder, kind of for guests or something. But I've been enjoying wearing them myself because it's cold in here. Surprise, surprise! It's cold in my apartment. Not a surprise at all. Oh, auto cucumber. Okay, I'm really gonna have to think again. What is this pattern wanting me to do? Okay. Oh. I've never done this pattern ever. I have to think. I do have to think. I know how to do that occasionally. Yeah, no, I have never done this pattern before. So I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out in real time. So yeah, you usually don't get to see this because normally I don't venture down the road of doing things I have no clue of, or where I know that I have to read patterns that's very intricate. I try to do that like when I don't have to also be, you know, talking too much. So you're getting a special today. You can't think. I know the feeling. It happens to me too. Hey Rita. No, I didn't hear anything back yet, so I'm guessing it's nothing. And I can put my foot down and wiggle my toes and stuff, so I'm not too worried. Could be worse. I'm having more issues with my hip because it's not happy with me not moving around as much as I normally would. So that's a bit annoying and frustrating. So how are you and Mom? I'm trying to figure out where I am in this pattern. I am getting lost in translation. No, I'm not. There is where I'm at. So no, I've never done this pattern before. This is hips don't lie. Ardith Big Girl. Hooked on Sunshine. Love the designer. So just another of her patterns that I hadn't done before that I needed to try. Am I supposed to? Yes, okay. Yeah, so I don't know what we're doing, really. And at some point I hope I have enough yarn. Or I'm gonna do whatever I can with this yarn, I should say. Because this is the yarn I have. Rita, I'm using yarn that I got through you. I got US yarns. Is what we're doing today. This pattern is in English. I don't remember where she's from. She could be Australian. Mandala bonus bundle, and then 2 more mandalas. That is cut into pieces. Or, okay, where did that go? Okay, that one gets to stay where it ended up. I am not getting that now. Enrique's back. Awesome. Perfect timing. Always perfect timing for everything and anything. Did it go like you wanted it to? Mom is sick? No. Mom's a handful. She has to deal with your stubborn butt when you were sick as a kid, and now you get to feel how it is with her being sick. So you're getting payback now? Sounds like a plan. I'll keep you company. virus all the way. Rita, do you think I'm right when I'm saying I think Mini-Me is gonna steal this? Because it's rainbow. I have a little feeling that I might have to let her have it. And I did have there was a little thought that crossed my mind. Can I finish this in time for her birthday? Should this be her birthday gift if I finish it? Well, in that case, I have to finish it, and that means I have about a month. It's the 17th today. Her birthday is the 20th next month. So I do have a little bit of time. But can I finish a blanket with this yarn in a month? That is the question. I think I should be able to, unless I get sidetracked and derailed and do a lot of other things. I think that's what it's all about. Can I focus on one project? And then I have my own. Say again if Mini-Me's gonna steal this one because it's rainbow. Do you like the birthday gift plan? Well, with a hurting foot, I will have to sit down, so. Well, she wanted me to do something with this one for her. So she kind of claimed that one, that I'm mixing another yarn in. Is just, well, that plan happened now. You're excited for a color change? Yeah, the sad thing is it's not going to be a big color change with the next one because this is the next color. It's just a little bit of a different yellow. So yeah, the first color change will be to that yellow, and the next color change after that is going to be to this yellow. So we're going to put one yellow in next. Yeah, you can barely see the difference. You can see the difference with that one, but the color we have now, and you can see that there's still quite a bit of that left before we switch over to this one. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see a color change anytime in the, yeah, soon. Later, but not now. Not in a bit. But I think I'm fine with having color changes happen when they happen. just to maximize the yarn usage. I'm not gonna color control like every row because, well, we're not gonna have that many color changes, and when they happen, they happen. This is the first row that feels like it took a while. The other rows have felt, well, not really fast, but this one feels like it has taken the longest. Of course, you know, every row is going to get longer and longer. There's more and more stitches, but certain stitches definitely feel faster to make than others. So I think that has a little bit to do with it. Also, just the fact that I had to really figure out what I was supposed to do. The trio blanket, I have finished all the color changes on that one. There's no more color changes on that, so that one's really on the final stretch. I have done all the color changes. I think it's just, I don't know, it's just a few more rows. It's just a bit too heavy to be on my lap. I guess like if I would be sitting on the couch or on my bed or something where I had my leg properly propped up, I could have the blanket on top. Okay, maybe I should check next. Okay, needle join, because I am starting in a totally different space again. I guess someone wasn't done with their firecrackers or fireworks from New Year's. Because it definitely sounded like someone was playing with some fire. A little banger or something outside. They have a tendency to play with those for a few weeks after New Year's. how about we do the row of what we need to do on the temperature blanket. I need to check temperature. Temperature today is, it's telling me that we're going for, where is it? Same color as yesterday. That makes it easy, because that's the color I still have attached. I keep it attached from the day before, just in case I have to do the same color again. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep doing that. So if you see pictures of it that I haven't, or that there's still, you know, something hanging on it, it's because of that. Because there's no reason for me to cut if I'm possibly going to use the same color the next day, depending on the temperatures for sure. But now we have the same temperature, and I just got the other pattern up now. So I'm supposed to slip stitch to between the 3rd and 4th. That is here. Okay, and from there okay, chain 2 is the corner. So this is the same designer that made the other pattern. This is a thingamabob. Thingamabob, 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 thingy-mabob. I have done this pattern before as a baby blanket, and you have seen it multiple times, I know that. Mom's not happy. 3 different meds in the nebulizer. Oh, I get that she gets tired from that for sure. Who wouldn't get tired from that? But it's helping, I hope. So it's worth it in the end. Indeed, hugs for recovery for sure. Do you get any time to sit down and knit or crochet when she does the nebulizer thing, or do you just have to run around and do other things? Oh, that's no good either. The emergency room, we don't, no, stay away from there. It's full of germs. I know, I spent some time there the other day. Not the same place that you normally go to, because 2 different cities, 2 different hospitals, but I saw a lot of different type of reasons people were there when I was there. Thank you so much for hanging out, May. Nice to see you. It's been too long. Have a great rest of your day. Well, you need to rest too, Rita. Don't forget to rest. So this is the first time I've had 3 days in a row with the same color. I did have 2 days in a row with the same color. Once? Yeah, the first 2 days are light green. And after that, I haven't had the same color 2 days in a row. And now we're up to 3 days in a row with the same color. Who knows, maybe the rest of the blanket is just this teal color. Yeah, we don't want you to burn out. You got 3 hours out doing shopping today? Ooh, that is nice. 3 hours, that is good time for alone time. That gave you more time than just grocery shopping, I bet. People watching perhaps as well. That can be fun. I am kind of jealous sometimes for like not having places like Walmart and stuff where you can people watch and just really be in awe of what people are up to. because we don't have places like that here where you know all the weird people hang out. I wouldn't mind if we could go down into the colder temperatures for a little bit longer. It's a little bit too early to have all the snow melt away. Oh, right, we have Ullared. But I have never been there, and it's far away. Yeah, that's not in my plans anytime soon. But you're right, we do have Ullared. But that's just like one store in the whole of Sweden that has weird people. Have you been there? Hello, Zach. Good to see you. It's been a while. How are you doing? Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year's. I really need to go. I really need to go to Ullared. For the people watching or for something else? Like what's the main reason you'd say I need to go to Ullared? Okay. Now we have day 17 of this temperature blanket. So yeah, another day of this tealy color is what we got. I do really love how these colors gave this a good start. You've been there lots of times. You get scared of people whenever you go there. So maybe I need you as support if I get to go there. Did I hear about your November and December? No, sorry, Zach, I have missed out. I haven't been around much. People watching, first and foremost, they have Yarn Cheap and all other stuff too. There's a camping there too. You're down to go there. Yeah, I actually have yarn that was purchased at Ullared by a friend that went down there, and I just asked her to take like one of everything. Yeah, she was like video calling me and looking at stuff, so I did get like some of all the cottons, but yeah, it wasn't that wow. Like I like the prices. The prices are good, but the yarn was like meh. Okay, back to the other pattern now. Okay, so we are supposed to go into this part over here. And we're going into the second. So that should be that stitch. Oh, you've been hospitalized for an infection? That is no good. No good at all. Oh, they found that out at the hospital that you have sleep apnea? Yeah, that doesn't sound like you had a good few months there. No, not at all. But now that they have figured that out, ooh, we got a little color bleed. That's fun. A little extra special something something. Um, I'm guessing they wouldn't have found out about the sleep apnea if you hadn't been to the hospital, so I'm guessing that's a good thing. So something bad that had something good with it at least. If that makes sense. Yeah, it kind of makes me feel a little bit, I can't say happy, but a little bit more, you know. It could always be worse. I'm only jumping around on crutches for a while until my foot gets better, but at least that's going to be hopefully passing. And you also don't have to hear me complaining about it for ages. How many popcorns do we have? One more. You've been off work for 2 months. Yeah, I can totally see that it's hard to go to work when you're in the hospital. That's usually not something that you can combine very well. Yeah, this is a road that's going to take, it's going to feel like it takes forever to do it just because of all the popcorns. Popcorns do feel like they take forever. Well, it's because every popcorn is like 4 stitches and not just 1 stitch. So have you been able to crochet anything while you've just been trying to recover and feel better, Zach? Very nice with some more texture, for sure. It looks like a pretty good job. Have we worked on this for 3 hours, I think? I've been here for 3.5 hours. It took a little bit before we started this. And then 1 row on the temperature blanket. So I want to say about 3 hours so far. These little lacy bits here, it kind of gives me snowflake vibes. It's a little lacy. It could be like a snowflake. So we got a round center, then we got the snowflake, but we also got all these shells. So these shells are also getting extra shells in between the shells. Yeah, it's looking really, really fun. And all these different textures. There's some popcorns here, and now we're getting more popcorns here. I wonder if we're gonna get some more puff stitches and clusters, perhaps. If there's some type of, not repetition, but yeah, continuing something. So, some more popcorns. At the moment, at least I can't complain about being cold. It's actually really nice and toasty at the moment, but probably not in the apartment. It's just me being dressed accordingly. You know, fluffy big sweater and then extra thick socks and, well, 1 foot extra wrapped. So it's not feeling cold. It could be still, you know, the regular, not so warm temperature in here, but at least I can't complain about it. Anyone have any fun upcoming plans for something? The only fun plans I have is not here just yet, but I can't really say it's fun plans. I have to figure something out. Well, maybe something for my own birthday as well, but for Minimi's birthday, I'm guessing I need to arrange some type of birthday party celebration, something. Figure out if I'm gonna make a cake or buy a cake or stuff like that, as well as, well, possibly finishing this blanket in time for her birthday in a month. Maybe I should consider doing something for myself. I think I would rather have, you know, a birthday celebration stream, to be honest. Need to figure out if that's a possibility, that I can schedule that in a way that works. I think my birthday is on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or something, so I don't know if it's gonna be on my actual birthday or if it would be better to do it on a weekend little celebration. You're looking forward to your move. Oh, I bet you do. So, did you find an apartment or something that you like? I have a thing for floor plans. I can sit and look at floor plans for a long time and just like imagine putting in furniture and whatnot, or like that would be nice to move, or that would be, I guess what I'm getting at is, did you get all you wanted, or is there any compromises that you had to do? Like, did you want a bathtub and you are only getting a shower? You know, something like that. You just realized you've been subscribed to my channel for just over a year now. Yeah, time flies. Time flies. So about 2 years ago, is it 2 years ago? Or is it 3 years ago? I've lived in this apartment for almost, no, it's about 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years and a week. Not even, maybe. That I was sitting crying in my old place on live stream, talking about separation and that I had to move. We're 2 years from that. That was 2 years ago. You have a perfect little 1-bedroom apartment, no tub, but you prefer a shower and a closed balcony. Well, if it is what you want, then I'm happy. See? About 2 years ago. Oh, you remember joining the channel after that, so you've been here for 2 years, not just 1 year. Yeah, no, that's 2 years ago. Because it took about... Well, I moved in July, so... Yeah, it took some time to find an apartment and all of that fun stuff. But yeah, I've been here for a year and a half. And now I'm out of chocolate. Not really, I have other stuff over here. An unlogical box of chocolate that just empties like that? I know. Oh, wasn't it that one that was... Yeah. So I got this one. As you can tell, it's 30% off. Because apparently, you know, it says short date. Like it's almost, yeah, running out of time. But, yeah, the last date for this is April. 1st of April. I don't know how 1st of April could be soon. They mislabeled it and they put 30% off. I was like, yeah, that's mine. It's coming home with me. I probably wouldn't care if it was shorter than that, but you know, you can't say that April is short. like close to expire. They must have looked wrong on the numbers, thinking it was like the 4th of January. Yes, lots of time left. I mean, it would never have survived that long anyway, right? See, it just jumped down in my trash bag now. But yeah, I do have a stash of things around me at the moment just because of my foot that I can't just run and grab stuff. So I made sure to have some stuff around. I did get some help yesterday. Mini me got to run back and forth and help me bring things in between. Not that she really wanted to help, but I forced her. No. She helped some. Her dad helped more. I did get some help with food and whatnot, so it's all good. And I got leftovers that I ate today, so that's even better. Yeah, 1st of April. It would have been an April Fool's joke. Ooh, almost done. Only one more shell that needs popcorns. Ugh. How about that? Ugh. Okay. Let's hope that the next row is at least... It doesn't need to be simple, but just doesn't need to feel like it's taking forever. It could take a little bit, well, feel a little faster to make. I'm not gonna sit here and be picky. We're enjoying the experience. New pattern, plenty of new experiences and new impressions and whatnot. I don't know, but it's fun. It gets to take its time. I did get some sorting of yarn done when I was trying to figure out like what type of temperature blanket I wanted to do. So I did sort through a lot of my cotton yarns just to see what I had there, if I could make something out of that. But I did realize that most of the, like, I do have cotton yarns. I could have done something with that. But a lot of them were yarns that I could not get more of in case I ran out of colors, and temperature blankets are tricky like that. You don't really know if you're gonna need more of one color than the other because you have no idea what type of temperatures it's gonna be. Oh, you got some sorting done now when you're moving? That I actually did. I did order some yarn for the. I did put a picture up, but hey, I can try and do this. Maybe we can. Oh, if I move like this, maybe. Move that over there. So can we do this? Maybe. There. That's the colors I have to play around with. So I did have some of these yarns, but I did get some more. I want to say I had those two. Yeah, I do have more of that one on the shelf too. But I have that in mind for something else, and in case I need it for this project, I'll get more for that. But so it's perfect. This little roll cart thingy-mabob, so I can roll this around as much as I want to. Yeah, this is the Friends wheel, but it's pretty much the same thing as the Twister. Okay, you guys are upside down. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Twister, Friends wheel, same thing, different name, to be honest. Okay, let's get you back over here and over here. See? Yeah, just because they have the Friends wheel, or they had Friends wheel multi, and also, no, I guess it's also to like for the whole Friends collection, so that they could do the whole, if you want to mix and match the fibers, all the 40 in the different fibers are called tomato and is a red color, so you can make sure to mix and match correct. Okay, so I'm supposed to join there. Does it look good if I slip stitch that many stitches? Let's see. Either I slip stitch 3 stitches. I think I'm gonna slip stitch 3 stitches. I think that's gonna be the most reasonable. I don't think it's gonna be. No, I need to do the first one a bit tighter. Yeah, okay, that's reasonable. Okay, you guys get to be over here for a bit. Ugh, I need to lean back. So did you find any hidden treasures now when you've been sorting for move? Puff stitches. Did I just show you 12 cakes of Friends wheels? No, that's the small ones. That's not the big ones. It's not the big ones. That's the... Is it 200? I don't think that's 200. Also, they were discounted. I think I bought them for... what would the exchange? I think about $6 a piece, $6.50, something like that. 6, 7. Yeah, 100-gram cakes. So how much would that be if I think like that? Yeah, like maybe 80-ish. US price is 17 each. Okay, so I don't know what the price is each for them as it is. But I know that there was like a discount on them when I got them. That's also one of the reasons that I picked that one, because it was a discount. Yeah, I would... Full price for me is about 11, 12, and for you it's 17. So it is a bit cheaper for me just from that. Also, I don't know exactly with the currency exchange rates and stuff right now, but I'm just doing somewhat of a rough estimation. So what's the difference between Twister Solid and Friends Wheel? The name. So Hobie does have the Friends series, where you have like Friends... See here, I have Friends cotton print, just a label. But all the Friends that is named Friends, if you look at the colors, you will see that the colors in the different fibers, like you have the Friends... like there's a mohair, there's a silk, there's wools, there's sock yarns, there's cotton. Like all of the yarns that is in the Friends series have the same names and numbers for their colors. So if you go and look at them and you find well, I know that number 40 of all of the Friends yarns is red, and it's called Tomato. So if you want to mix, you want to have a wool sweater and you want to have some mohair or something with it, and you want to have it in that red color, then you know that the colors are as similar as they possibly can be, because different fibers take the different dyes differently, but you know, they're so similar as they possibly can. So when you want to mix and match the colors in different fibers, that's kind of the whole like base thought about the Friends. And the Friends wheel it's Twister. It's just that they have color coordinated it according to the Friends series. So yeah, it's Friends and Twister is the same. Friends wheel and Twister Solid is the same yarn. I don't know if you saw that there was a Friends wheel multi before that looked exactly like the Twister cakes. It was just the Friends series because it was the Friends colors. But they discontinued the Friends wheel series, but some of the colors in the Friends wheel multi were relabeled into Twisters. So you could find them as Twister instead of Friends Wheel Multi. So it's the exact same yarn, it's just like different, a difference in how they have combined them in the Friends series. Okay, so now we have done that. So it kind of feels like there might be this same as in the center here. We have popcorn, puff stitches, and clusters. And now we have popcorns and puff stitches. So perhaps we're going to get clusters next row. Will be interesting to see. Because in that case, there is a little bit of a theme going with that. But I can totally see that Hobie is cheaper for me since I am closer, and I do have a little bit of a different I guess like comparison, because to me Hobie is like my cheap yarn. Of course, they have some yarns that is expensive, and I never buy full price unless I really have to for some reason. But like Hobie on sale, that like I can't really get anything cheaper because I live in a country that has not that many options. Well, of course, there might be some other options, but they are more expensive most of the time. And like my local yarn store here, they barely have any like they have, well, 8-4 cottons. They don't have any like cakes, they don't have any fun yarn, they barely have any multicolored. Most of what they have is just solid colors, because that's what the yarn selection looks like in a Swedish yarn store, or at least when you live in, you know, not very in a big city or anything. It's very limited. So it might sound crazy to a lot of you that Hobie is my go-to store, but that's where I get cheap yarn. Also, I know what quality yarn I get when I buy from there. That's also a big thing, like it's good quality. Yeah, you know I love Hobie. Well, I don't really have that many options, that's the thing. Of course, there's, you know, there's some other options if you buy a lot, which is never in my budget to buy a lot. You can get like some good bulk price discounts from far away. Like when Rita decided that we were looking at Stanley for, was it Black Friday or something? No, Halloween. I don't remember, but no, I think Black Friday. You have to buy so much to get like a low shipping rate that would never be in my budget if I'd go for it alone, right? So I am happy that I have Rita that we can share stuff like that. At least all these puffs and popcorns are yarn eating, so hopefully we're gonna get a color change soon. Garn Royal 84. Sounds like a cotton yarn. Yeah, that also, yeah, it sounds like it could be a Danish one. I think I recognize it. Not sure if I've only browsed and seen it or if I've actually had some. You're a bargain hunter because you donate 95% of your makes. That makes sense. Also, if you're hanging out at, you know, like your library thing there, you could get your hands on some yarn that someone else didn't want, right? Free yarn is never wrong. One 100% cotton blanket for your queen size bed and it weighs a ton. Yeah, I would imagine. Did you make it an 8/4 cotton? Because it would definitely be even heavier if it was 8/8 cotton. Okay, does it... Whoa. Does it look like I did what I'm supposed to do? I think so. Looks good. Ugh. Yeah, I'm definitely happy with what it looks like so far, for sure. How am I holding up? Well, my foot is not too happy, but that's what it is. And it's been a while since I was hanging out with you guys. Oh, sugar and cream, that's thicker stuff. That sounds like it could be a heavier blanket. Yeah, we don't need to talk about my hip. Yeah, I just feel like normally, you know, I'm switching around, I'm sitting on my feet, and now I can't. Not moving around as much as I normally do, so. Sugar and cream is more like 8/6 or 8/8. I want to say 8/8. I want to say it's actually maybe even thicker. 8/8 can feel thinner next to that, or at least what I've had. You might frog it and turn it into donation washcloth since you never used the blanket. That sounds like a lot of work. 8/8 is your experience with it? Well, I don't really know. I haven't had that much, so maybe you're right. I need to walk a little to help with circulation. Yeah, the thing is, that's me jumping around on crutches, and that just hurts my hip. That's the bad part of it. That's the sad part. That it actually hurts more to stand up than it does to sit down. Maybe I'm just should recline back again. I've been playing around with the recline here and watching stuff on the computer. It's just moss stitch. Well, that's not too bad. I just didn't feel like sitting with my foot up on the desk because I've had my foot up on the desk over, because here I have these like out, yeah, my desk have this little indent, but I have had my feet up and outside, or my foot, but I don't feel like sitting like that right now when I'm talking to you guys, because it just looks weird. So yeah, we didn't do that. Could cycling while on the back help a little with the circulation? I don't know, maybe. But I'm not gonna let you guys see that. So that's the 4th stitch. And that's 2 in each of the next 2 stitches. So that means I should do 4 stitches, right? And then 1. Is that where I'm supposed to go? Okay, so I'm supposed to front post treble crochet around the skip stitch from round 16. And I'm on round 19. So 19, 18, 17, 16. That's down there. It's gotta be that one. No, that looks weird. No, wait, it's that one's just made in a back post, or in a back loop only. That's why it looked weird. I guess that's just what it looks like. Okay, so what am I supposed to do then? Oh, I have a foot hammock underneath the bench. It is swinging. So I do have foot support. Also, I can switch around to how I have that one. At the moment, my calf is resting on it. Sometimes I've had the heel on it. So I do move around, and I'm wiggling my toes. It's just not very comfortable. Wait. We're getting... Are we getting a color change, or is it just a speck of a different color? Oh my god. This is tricky. Let's switch around and play with the light. You can't see much because I'm just blowing everything out, but I can see something. And that's possibly what I need. Okay, that's a dark spot. So do we have an extra color here, or is it actually switching? It does look like there is a different color now. And compared to that one, I need to switch to the other one. So we did get a color change. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, get rid of that one again. I have extra lights. They're just not making things look better. But yeah, not that much of a difference in color. Crafty witch! Well, hello you. Spooky Andy in the house. How you doing? Hope you're doing better than I am. Because I have done a little slippy slide in the snow, and I have hurt my foot. So I spent Thursday in the ER. Probably just a sprained ankle, but there might be a little bit of a little bit of a chip or fragment that has moved loose. Am I supposed to skip anything here? I don't think I'm supposed to skip anything here. No, I am supposed to skip one. You've been a member for 9 months. Yeah, that's a long time. A very long time. Time flies. So am I supposed to do these two together? And then I'm supposed to do one in the next one, two in the next one, two in the next one, and one in the next one. And then I'm gonna put two together. Do I have enough stitches? I do have enough stitches. And then fishing this one up. So I've never done this before, this pattern. This is Ardith Big Girl. So I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I've missed you too. Ugh. And now I can't move around much. I'm just sitting here with my hurdy foot and a hurdy hip. Nothing's good today. Well, plenty of things is good today. I got great company. All of you guys are here, which is awesome. And we did get the first color change, even though we can't really tell the difference because we went from a light yellow to a light yellow. Can you even tell the difference? I don't think I can tell the difference. So you have vertigo today. You're just gonna take some time and lay down and hopefully feel better, or do you have any meds or anything that's helping with that? Oh, you got up, took meds, and slept for 3 more hours? Good plan. I approve. More sleeping if that helps. Okay, let's get you back over here so I can rest my back a bit. So I have started a temperature blanket. I did do today's row earlier, and that got like the temperature blanket is the same designer as this blanket. It's hooked on sunshine, but a bit of a variation since with the temperature blanket it's only a certain amount of days, so I'm gonna have to not do the full pattern and such. So this is what this one's looking like so far, but the temperature blanket is looking like this so far. This is so far temperatures of this year. Very cold. But now we've had 3 days in a row with about the same temperatures. I would be sad if this is the only time I get to use these bluish colors, because I want more blue. I want more snow. I want to have like at least, well, January and February can be plenty of blue. Then we can go back into the greens and then get to purple and pink. It's one. So you finally crawled out of bed. Good. Yeah, you can't be in bed all day. That's not a good place to be all day. Okay, is that good? I think so. You like the temperature blanket? Yeah, I did the same pattern as a baby blanket before that I'm using for the squares. But I'm only gonna do the center and then do one per month. One square per month, and then we're gonna have a final blanket sometime, well, I guess in about a year from now, since it's gonna take a few days for final assembly after I have done the last row of December, because I'm probably gonna put some type of border or something on it. So if your vertigo gets better, what are your plans later? Are you gonna do some streaming later? Or is that not sure since you're not feeling good now? Most likely. Well, I hope you feel better, so you feel good enough to do that. almost done with this row. Definitely felt like this one was a faster row. Not a lot of puff stitches and stuff. A nice palette cleanser. That's one of the things I feel like a lot of these designers that do these type of intricate blankets, they need to think about having like palette cleanser rows that isn't as full of details and intricate stuff, that just you sail through them. It is definitely needed. Okay, so what are we doing now? Hello, Jason. Good to see you. How are you doing? I was just about to say, aren't you supposed to be working today? But it's Saturday, so I don't know. Maybe you're not working. Crazy busy work. 4-day weekend, so now you can relax. That sounds awesome. So I'm making a blanket. Or I guess it might be something else if the yarn is not enough, but I feel like I have pretty substantial amount of yarn for this. I have this one, and then I have a bunch of cakes that I have cut up. I had 2 cakes. This is the mandala bonus bundle, so this is like, I think, equivalent to 2 mandalas. So I have the other 2 was the same colorway, and this is a different colorway. Hello, Kivia. Good to see you. How are you doing? So since I have 2 different colorways, and I think about the same amount of both, well, 2 cakes of one color and then 1 cake of this, I'm just gonna try and keep it rainbow and switch in between them so that the colors go back and forth to be like one big rainbow gradient. I just happened to like come across this idea like in the beginning of the stream, so this was not planned. It just happened, and this is how far I've gotten. Okay, I think I know what I'm supposed to do this row. This one took a little bit to figure out, but I think I got it now. Usually I just have to do 1 repeat to try and figure it out, so. Now I have done it, now I feel like I got a hang of it. So what is everyone up to? Kivia, are you working on something fun? Is there any games or anything that you're going to be watching now when you have a couple of extra days off, Jason? Is there any football or something else interesting? And just woke up from a glorious nap. So Broncos today, okay? So are you like all day, everyday football, or do you occasionally watch other sports? Go Broncos. Hockey is your real passion. Colorado teams are winning this year. No, this is a Hooked on Sunshines pattern. Not my design, but it does look gorgeous so far. The Rockies always stink. Oh, I see some family rivalry here. So I'm taking it that you're guessing more, maybe, that the soccer stuff is not maybe that interesting. I'm just curious to like if there's any reactions to like the whole FIFA World Cup storm that's going on right now. If people in the US might not even watch it that much and might not be aware of what's going on. So since soccer isn't the biggest thing there, right? I expect more talk about like football and hockey, basketball. But is it a lot of talk in the US about the FIFA games 2026 right now? Because that is turning into I don't even know right now. It's a bit stormy. You don't have a soccer team in Mississippi? The whole state of Mississippi doesn't even have a soccer team? Well, as far as I know, that FIFA World Cup is supposed to be shared with, is it US, Mexico, and somewhere else? And there was supposed to be matches played in different places. And, well, people are canceling their US tickets. They don't want to go. Also, would the players of the different countries even be allowed in due to all of the new regulations, or would they be like just stuck in ICE detention if they tried to cross the border to come in and play games? A lot of questions. Ladybird, how are you doing? Good to see you. Did you have a good week? Like, it's a very... is it even noticeable? Can you even tell that we have a new color on, well, the two last rows compared to the puff stitches? So puff stitches is one color, and then we have another color. Can you even tell? We went from one light yellow to another light yellow. Oh well. Next color change will definitely be more noticeable. So there's always that. Barely, yeah, I know. Next color change will be back to that color. And that one as there's a little bit of difference. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be more changes later with the other colors. Yeah, you can't tell the difference. Barely I can tell the difference, and I'm sitting with my nose in it. But I know that since I have recaked a couple of cakes, there will be some places where I will have to, well, sew in yarn ends and stuff later. So I will have some extra yarn ends to hide. And not because it's color changes, it's just because of how I've done this. Cutting and joining of two separate cakes. We will definitely have a big yellow center. With, I don't know, 3, 4 shades of yellow before we even get to the other colors. Let's see, we have 1 cluster, 3 clusters in total, no, 4. Yeah, Minnie-Me's with her dad every other week, so she was supposed to leave me yesterday, but she ended up with her dad's on Thursday because I ended up in the ER. So yeah, he drove me to the ER, he took her, fed her, and then he picked me up from the ER, and then he took her with him home because it was better for her to be at daycare yesterday. But I couldn't get her to daycare, and I couldn't get her away from home from daycare, so it was just, she got to pick, be home with me all day and do nothing, or sleep at dad's and he could drop her off at daycare. So she went to go with him so she could play with her kids or her friends at daycare yesterday. So yeah, she's coming home to me again on Friday. So I'm gonna have a relaxed week and try to heal my foot that is now not feeling so good. I have my friend's crutches hanging out over here. That's what happens when you walk in the snow. I had a little wrong step and my ankle is sad. Yeah, it should give me time to rest. Also, I was planning to do other things this week, but that's doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Like catch up on some cleaning because well, it's been I have all the Christmas decoration and stuff that I was planning on trying to get rid of, but am I even thinking correctly here? No. Snow caused your broken back. One wrong step, so you get it. Yeah, I was just pretty much standing still, kind of. There was a path in the snow that was people had just walked, so it was just like packed down snow. And I guess when I was walking on it, or like I was standing on there, but I was moving around a little bit, and then my foot kind of was placed on the side of it where the snow wasn't as densely packed, so I guess I slipped a little bit and the foot folded in on itself, kind of. But by the look of it, it's not bad. Um, it might be like a little bone fragment that has chipped off, but they like if it was something that they would want to do anything about, they would call because they said that they were gonna have someone double double check it, um, and they haven't called. A question is also like, would they do anything about it? I'm not sure they would do anything about it. But if they call, they call, and if they don't call, they don't call. Very simple. The most annoying thing about being stuck in the ER was that I did not have any yarn with me. I was messaging Rita as I was there. I was like, yeah, I'm in the ER without yarn. She's like, how do you even dare to step out the door without yarn? I was like, well, I've been hurting in my hip, and I knew I would just go pick up Mini Me. We were going to the store, going home, pretty much. And carrying extra stuff is just not what I have time to do. Also, I don't have any time to sit down and crochet while I walk to go and get her from daycare. So I don't expect to have any time to sit and do that. You never walk where others have made snow into ice. You are misjudging the curb underfoot that took you out along with the black ice that didn't miss. Oh. Yeah, I was lucky because they were really all over in the hospital being like, oh, but did you land? Like, are you hurting anywhere else? It's like, yeah, no. I was fortunate to just catch a lamp post and just standing leaning on that one. So I did not fall over. And I was able to get myself over to a bench and sat down. But I've never had that like reaction to pain before. I was really kind of almost scared because I got so nauseous and I couldn't see anything, and what I saw, or like when I managed to open my eyes, I couldn't see straight, and then just very cold. So I guess there was some type of very shocky type of response in my body. Did not expect that. Never had that before. I think one of the scarier parts of it is like I managed to apparently have a phone call going, or I did manage to call Minimi's dad, like while I was still standing against the lamp post, being like, "Hey, you need to come and pick me up because I just messed up my foot." And then I know I hung up on him, managed to get myself over to the bench, and sat down. And as I was sitting down there and just feeling crap, I opened my eyes and I had a phone call going for like, was it 20 seconds or something? So I had managed to call again. But I didn't even realize I was calling. So I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling very good. I'm making phone calls without being aware of me making phone calls. Having Minimi running around my foot. She actually accidentally kicked it once while she was running around, so that was no fun. And yeah, she was really sorry about that. And then when her dad came to help us, he got her in the car first and my groceries, and then he was trying to help me in. He managed to step on the foot. Yeah, we're gonna laugh at that later, but it hurt like when that happened. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I'm gonna try and rest as good as I can. It's just boring in a way. So there's that. But I am clumsy. It's definitely not the first time I mess up with my foot. Not the last time. I want to say it's all good. It's just as it is. It's normal. It's standard. I guess I'm just that type of person. Clumsy. The older we get, the more it hurts and the more time it takes to recover. Oh, that is true. We don't bounce back as well as we used to. That is very true. Yeah, kids can go hurt themselves one day and the next day you can't even tell. Or they can hurt themselves in the morning and in the afternoon is all good. Sometimes you can't even tell when they're sick because they're just bouncing around even though they got a fever. So when you can tell that the kids are really or actually sick, when they look sick, they are sick. You've had enough fractured bones and elbow replacement that you don't need anymore. Oof. Yeah, I've actually, besides broken toes that I keep kicking into stuff, I've never broken a bone. Never had a cast or anything. This is the first time I actually have crutches to jump around on. My butt is getting numb. Not the most pleasant feeling. Have you ever had that sitting down for so long your butt starts to go numb? Please don't go jumping around on the crutches. Yeah, no, I'd rather not because as it is, I have a sore right hip and now a hurty left ankle. So I can't really walk around on the crutches for too long anyway because my hip is starting to say no when I'm standing up and using that hip for all the support. Just my luck. But the hip started to hurt after running a lot of stairs the first few days of this year. And then I went to my physical therapist, and she's usually just treating my neck and back. But she's like, "Oh, we can do the treatment on your hip too, if you're sore." So that was like some type of electrical shock, something. So yeah, my hip has been hurting more after I went to her than what it did beforehand. So I'm just, yeah, it's her fault. I will have to do handstand walking. Why those words for my butt? Or what? I don't even remember what I said. Tingly butt? I don't remember. Why? What words for hashtags? What words do I have for hashtags? I'm guessing maybe it's something from the last stream I did or something. I don't know. Oh, lava. Because I've been working on the lava poncho, but not today. The lava poncho is over here. Maybe I should have worked on it. What's progress on lava poncho? I have poncho. And it's my lava poncho. And it looks like this so far. And occasionally it comes up. So yeah. you never know what I crochet, and I guess I had some old hashtags. I haven't looked at those. It's been a while since I did some streaming. But yeah, I have my lava inspired poncho. There's been plenty of different fun crochet projects. Okay, so it's either like, oh, let's just do this for a bit. It's easier. So it's either I can have it like a pointing down version, or I can twist it around and it's more of a square. The advert just told you that most women walk wrong and that's why we gain weight. Nice to know that. That's the reason why I'm fat. I don't think it's because we walk wrong. I'm guessing it's more of like we don't walk enough according to some standard or not. But yeah, we got lava rivers going down the mountainside. That's the whole. We got a snow-covered mountain top here, and it's going down the lava. Maybe we can get back to see it a little bit more up close and detailed. So, snow-covered mountain, and lava is very light colored when it comes out, and then we got less snow coverage, and the lava is starting to cool down. We have walked wrong in the snow. That we have. Yeah. My plan is to, well, I'm actually sitting and waiting for the next eruption. There is more eruptions to come, the volcano in Iceland, and I am just waiting for the next eruption to happen. So maybe when that one happens, I will start working more on that one again, because I did start working on that the 1st of April, because that's when we had an eruption. So that's when that one was started, but it hasn't, still some yarn to be put into it. I have 2 more black and 2 more red cakes after whatever I still have left on what I'm using right now. So yeah, we got more yarn. That project is far from done, but I'm also seeing that the volcanic cycle that's going on Iceland is barely done. So as long as there's gonna be volcanoes going on there, I don't feel like I have to rush it. Land rise is continuing, and there's been a little bit more earthquakes in the recent few days here, so next quack can come at any time. Earthquake, that is. And with enough of earthquakes, there's gonna be some more lava spewing out. One of your favorite colors? What color? I've thrown around a lot of colors now. Black and red, lava, magma, volcano. Okay, so now we're done with this row. What next? First chain space. Ah, black and red. Well, how about that? We got puff stitches. Yay! What's your least favorite stitch? And what is your favorite stitch? Worst waistcoat stitch, and your favorite is knit rib? Knit rib, I don't know what that is. Queenie Beanie, hello. Knit rib, go to a single crochet decrease, but instead of yarning over at the end, pull that last loop all the way through. Yes, this is live. I am very much live. Bean is asleep in the other room. Yeah, you're a kitty cat. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You like my hair? Thank you. Today is one of the days that I don't like my hair. Could be because I hurt my foot this Thursday and I haven't been able to shower since. I did find some dry shampoo. Today is like, yeah, I need to do something because it's terrible today. Yeah, they need repainting. I was like, I hope no one sees how bad it is, but I like the color. I am working on a blanket. I started this at the beginning of this live stream, so we are 5 hours, 20 minutes in, and I want to say that probably like 5 hours, not even, is what I've been working on this. There was some chit chatting, and I've been working a little bit on my daily round of my temperature blanket that I started this year. So I'm doing this as a temperature blanket. There's going to be 1 square per month this year. So that's what I have there, and my color scheme looks like that. So we got blues and greens right now because I'm in Sweden and it's winter and we got snow. And then we're getting up to purples and pinks in the summer, hopefully. Well, yeah, most likely. Even though Swedish summer can usually rain away, so maybe not that much of the hot pink. Then again, I wasn't expecting a lot of this one either because that's really cold. So yeah, temperature blanket, first 17 days out of all of the hundreds that needs to be done. So yeah, that's what I've been working on a little bit today. We have seen temperature blanket and this one, and this is both patterns are hooked on sunshine patterns. The other one's the thingamabob, and this is the Ardith big girl, and I am gonna alternate. I have 2 colorways of Lion brand yarn. I got Mandala bonus bundle in giant, and then I have cut down to giant Niffler. Yeah, 2 of the Niffler cake. So I have 1 shade of rainbow and another shade of rainbow, and I'm gonna try and make it as good of a gradient as possible with all these rainbow-esque colors. So that's what I'm doing. What are you doing? Do you like to crochet? Or do you do something else? Good night. Sweet dreams. Talk to you later. You don't have the patience to actually crochet, but you like to watch people online do it? Well, what do you do instead? Am I keeping you company while you're doing something productive? Or is it more of a relaxed type of thing? Because I know that there's people that likes to have company while they cook and clean and do laundry and such. And I'm happy to be your company if you want company while you do that. Do you know how to crochet? Kivia, my go-to hooks are tulip Edamo hooks. And most likely you'll see me with a 3.25 hook in my hand. Not this time because this is not yarn that I normally go for, but yeah, you 2.75 up to 4 is probably my like go-to range of hooks. If I'm doing like amigurumis and cotton yarns, I will go for the 2mm hook for sure. I like my small hooks, but not too small. You're packing for a trip to visit your grandma for a party. Well, that sounds like a good thing to have some company doing packing. You don't have the patience to crochet, but can you crochet? Like, do you know how to do it, or is it just interesting to see other people do it? I can really enjoy watching people do things that they like to do that I can't do at all. So I definitely see the like enjoyment in certain things. Like just because I can't do it, like yeah, I definitely can enjoy other people doing things. Um you can kind of knit. That's kind of like crocheting. Well, yes and no. I know how to knit, and I despise knitting. I hate dropping stitches, and so I know how to knit. I just don't. Crochet, I have all the control I need. I think I'm a control freak, perhaps, when it comes to yeah. That's why I prefer crocheting. So many more options as well. So what am I supposed to do now? Where am I supposed to start? Okay, so I'm in the right spot, so I can just slip stitch. Okay, apparently I need to read this part carefully. Why does it want me to read carefully? Well, if I need to read carefully, then we can do that, and we can move you guys over there so you see it better. So you can watch that while I try to read what I'm supposed to read. How about that? Okay, so there's a mixing of puff stitch or stitches or cluster stitches. You know what? This is one of those rounds that's gonna take a lot of time. This is like the round I did over here where I had to catch this. There's a chain here, and I had that over here where like some of the stitches are supposed to be behind and some are supposed to like encapsulate, so it's, yeah, no, that's too much reading. Like that's too much right now. Your last knitting project was making a hat on the knitting whoop, but you got distracted halfway through and never ended up finishing it. Probably still half finished somewhere in your basement. Well, half finished projects, we're not talking about that today. No, we're happy as it is, not talking about that. You have many half-finished projects? Yeah, I think most of us do. I don't think there's a lot of people that don't have something unfinished somewhere. Well, of course, there's the people that I don't know how to do it, but they only have one project going at all times, and they don't have anything else other than that project until it's finished. Like, I don't know how that's even possible. I'm thinking it's time to wrap things up. I've been here for 5 hours and 38 minutes. Yay! For not having to have a live stream for, I don't even remember when I was live last time. I'm really happy that I got to do it today. And since I'm just, sitting around with a hurty foot, there's a good chance that I will have more time to do some live streams. This coming week and stuff. I have no kid at home, no obligations, just me resting my foot, sitting here crocheting. I hope you want to come and hang out with me this week. Yes, that would be awesome. You like beading and making jewelry and keychains? Yeah, I have made some stitch markers. Can I even get them off here? I made some stitch markers. So I have some that's gifted to me and some that I made. These are some that I made. We got a lot of blue. We got some suns, we got some, is it bees or something? But yeah, so stitch markers I've done. And then on the other side is stitch markers that I've received. We got this middle finger And I think there's another middle finger here. We got a rainbow middle finger. We got a little mini chicken, rose, butterfly, a little key. All the Christmassy ones I got in my advent calendar from Rita now. So yeah, we've got some Christmassy ones. So I've made some stitch markers, and now I have some more tools to make more stitch markers. So I should make more stitch markers. And I have plenty of like beads and stuff in that. Yeah, my mom cleared out some stuff. She had craft stuff, so I got some beads from that. And I managed to snag some off of Facebook Marketplace. Someone was just getting rid of beads. I didn't know what to do with them, but I felt like it was a good price. So I was like, yeah, okay, let's get them. Maybe I'll use them for something, you know? Okay, but you guys, it's been awesome. See what we did in 5 hours and then some, but like, this is a really good start. And I think with what I have to do on next row, definitely need some thinking to pull that off. So I will be doing that without having to think about other things. Just try and focus on that, because I know how difficult this felt as I was doing it. But the reading now, it's that and then some extra. So lovely. But it's been awesome. It's been fun. I love hanging out with you guys. So see you soon. Yes, that's a good one. We see each other soon. I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening or something. It's 10:14 p.m. here. So I should probably go and get some rest anyway soon, because that's also needed to heal my foot. But I love you.